feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted, you've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head, I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test, I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded? I'm the one who's always sorry, the conclusion, even though I offer all of the solutions. I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you I knew this. When I'm with you I feel so useless, I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt, never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm, I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me? And 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 will you get bored of killing me? But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me?
Silhouettes of you are like a taunt, never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm, I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted, you've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head, I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test, I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what one who's always sorry, the conclusion. Even though I offer all of the solutions, I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you, I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you, I knew this. When I'm with you, I feel so useless. I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you, I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares. See me right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me? 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 Then will you get bored of killing me?
What is going on? Welcome back to the channel. It's your boy 8bit79, and we are back at y'all with a brand new video. So without further ado,
I'm sorry, I couldn't get the binoculars out in time.
Look, well, let's not stand on ceremony, mate. Let's start the show.
and so it begins again. We do have, before we get into the game, a couple of things to discuss. The Tuesday is the day for the live stream this go around instead of the usual Monday. So it would have been the 8th typically, but they pushed it back a day. Typically we'll get the updates on Tuesday, so it's kind of up in the air on whether or not the update has been pushed back as well to line up with the patch note release, and so they can keep the same schedule essentially. Normally they'll drop the update one day, the patch notes after the update on the same day, and then the actual update will be live the following day. So that's kind of where we are in terms of that. So pretty much a wait and see. Only 24 hours, so not really that big of a deal as far as I'm concerned. They did push back the last update or so anyway, so it's not as if it's brand new over this way. Other than that, I got nothing else for you guys. As far as news anyway. Okay, everything seems to go haywire when you go live. But yeah, not really much in the way of that. We do need to come pick this Titan record up. I should have got on this morning after reset and done this, but looks like we're getting a mythic card. We do have a few more days, I think, on the Cosmic Core. Yeah, we got two more rerolls, so no luck there we were able to get ourselves a CTP of Insight. Oh, and the Collector's Hall is going. Okay. So what is this? A chest for this guy? Let's go ahead and drop the tickets and see if we get lucky. Nada. Okay. We're really not all into that just yet. So yeah, it'd be nice if I could pick up an artifact, but I'm not gonna kill myself if I don't. We'll go ahead and let this rock out auto. And then we need to go and do our GBRs. And we'll put Iron Man in there so we can go ahead and handle business. We're gonna go do GBR and use up the boost points, of course. And then we are going to go do some dispatch and dimension missions so we can get the converter parts that we need for the brilliant CTP. We do have the first 2 selectors already, and the time is ticking. So we do need to get those burned, of course, so we don't lose out big time. So that would be a shame. Additionally, we do still have our tier 4 selector. So we do need to get that burned as well, although we got like 60 days on that, so no rush. And I'm kind of torn, honestly, because while Black Bolt is still good in his old uniform, he may get outperformed by Medusa in the new game mode. And if that's the case, then there's no immediate rush for me to tier 4 him in particular. At the same time, I could use that selector on Doc Ock. Not that I need it for him, but if Hulk ever gets a uniform, which is completely possible, that makes him PvP meta again, then, you know, we're going to need somebody to take up that slack in that domain, in that area for combat male villain. I mean, for all we know, Hulk could get flipped back to being a hero. It's been a while since he's been a hero. So could be interesting because Immortal Hulk, he was a villain. Fear itself, I believe he was a villain. And this uniform he has now, he's a villain. So it's been a while for Hulk on this side of being a villain. It'd be nice to see him come back to the combat hero side. If they did give Hulk a uniform, not that I'm in a rush for Hulk to get another uniform, but we know how this game is. So if we got to get something, then, you know, let me put my 2 cents in, right? For what it's worth, my half a penny, my shilling. You know what I mean? So we kind of got that. Yeah, we're not gonna sit here and watch that thing roll another 2 million. Yeah, we got plenty of energy stacked up. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we should have access at some boost points. Yep, there are 70. And then, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, let's do the alliance check-in and get the double up on the dono. Yeah, and there they are. sitting over there chilling. And we'll leave the energy for now. So this should be enough to one-shot GBR for us. $240. Yo, it would be absolutely nasty. If we had Johnny Tier 4 for that extra 10% boost. Well, we do, actually. We don't have neither one of them awakened. Okay, so that's what it is. So we got a guy that needs a carry. I need to just go ahead and put the dealer tag on Storm. Jesus. I was able to get a little bit of damage in there, but damn, Grimy. See if I can help with the, yeah. Good old two-shot. Jesus, under 30 seconds. Goodness. And that's just his Doc Strange. Yeah, that's a one-shot for your ass. Okay, that took care of that for me. We can come back and do some more GBRs later. Let's go ahead and clean up our 40. Pick up them converter parts, and we're gonna dispatch it out from there. So that used like 500 energy. Or maybe 350, somewhere around there. Hey, 32 of Aphrodite. BIOS, not bad. Kid Omega just left lingering in the dust. Yeah, we need to tier 3 another character pretty quickly. We also have 3 days left on the regular CTP selector, 6 on the Mighty. As far as the converter parts, we got 2 days to handle our business there. And then we got them other 20 event tokens that we have to use. We'll probably pop those for some energy if we need. Well, we'll probably pop them for energy anyway. There we go. Dispatch. Actually, let's let's take care of the inventory right quick. All right. Not sure whether or not Blade has his artifact. Let's see. Laid. Okay, he's got a justice artifact. He's a justice. So, not really going to too much worry about. The rest, I know Carnage has like a 5 or 6 star. Yeah, we're not worried about giving Blade a 4 star just yet. Oh, we haven't finished the inventory shit. Let's see here. Yeah. There we go. Now we can let it ride out whilst we sit back and just chop it up. But yeah, as far as Wiccan and Hulkling and the rest of the Young Avengers, we haven't seen a sneak peek yet. So a little concerning that we did not see, like, sneak peeks on 3 consecutive days. They did push the update back. Maybe they were having some sort of issue with the sneak peek or something. Maybe the file got corrupted and they had to start from scratch. I don't know. But I mean, shit happens. So, whatever issue that they're having, they had to push the update back. That could explain the whole issue with the sneak peek, if we're getting one. But, and this is a huge caveat, I've been saying it all year long on this channel. And you're going to hear it here first. Once again, this has been the year of rewards. not so much the year for great characters. Not saying that we haven't had great characters, but it's been few and far between. Mephisto's been good. Sentry's been good. Sentry was, I think, late last year. So not this year. Null's been pretty solid. Or been fucking amazing, not pretty solid. You know, for those that built mounts to tier 4, Venom's been a pretty good addition. Ghost Rider. So we've had good characters, but there haven't really been good, like, banger updates. You know what I mean? It's been one and dones, and the ones that we thought that were gonna be good, the Shalaballs, the Apocalypse, the Dooms, the these sorts, kind of not so much. There has been some resurgence with certain game modes coming to the game though. Team Battle Arena, amazing game. Like the game modes that they have dropped have been great. I will give them that. Team Battle Arena is pretty damn solid. Zombie Survival could have been better and has been tweaked, but was supposed to be multiplayer when it dropped, and we still have yet to see that, even though it was promised in a dev note a while back. So yeah. And here we are almost a year later. I think Zombie Survival was like 6 months ago. And here we are coming up on the anniversary again, at least. You know, we're at Black Friday. The anniversary will be here. April will be here before you know it. You know what I mean? So, you know, looking at it from that perspective, you could say Zombie Survival is kind of a hit or miss, but the rewards for all of the game modes, Otherworld Battle, Zombie Survival, Team Battle Arena, have all been amazing. Even the one-off shit that they drop with every update, that heroic quest or whatever the fuck they call it. You know, this last time Zeus was the playable character. Even the rewards for those have been great. So, you know, there's accessibility issue if you don't have the character is kind of the problem there, but there has to be some incentive to build your roster, right? So I get that. So yeah. Like there are some very, very good reasons to continue to play the game, even though the characters haven't been that good. I think it's allowed a lot of players that have continued to play, not put stuff off, to catch up. You know what I mean? So that's kind of another underlying thing that I think goes unnoticed, because you know, if you're always feeling, yeah, I say all the time, compete with yourself. But if there's this feeling of never being able to catch up, that can be disheartening to a player. So, this year, by them pumping all of these rewards into the game and not really stretching the meta too far in certain respects, I think has been kind of good for the game for the median end player. It's allowed them to catch up to be able to compete because there's so much to do and it takes so much time and so many resources. So helping players out in that regard, I think has been amazing. And we haven't even mentioned the 10,000 crystals or the 6 CTP trade-in. You know what I mean? Or the, what was it, 6 or 7 free tier 4s, I think, that they've given away this year. So, I mean, it's allowed players to do a lot. I kind of wish, I don't know if Beast Mode ever kept up with playing his free-to-play account through the anniversary, but if he did, I kind of wish that he would show that progress. That would be great if that was the case. I wish I was thinking about this at the time to kind of put this idea out there, because if you look at a roster like that compared to, say, a free-to-play Old and Gray, right? Just because you can compare those two from that standpoint, but one having been started a further time out with all of that runway, you know what I mean, of just time, right? Because when you're free to play, that's your biggest enemy and biggest advantage is time. You know what I mean? That's what's going to take. That's what it's going to take to be able to do everything that you need to do in order to build your roster out. So I mean, that with the 10K crystals, with all of the extra added rewards, I would have loved to seen, how far that gap was able to be closed between an account such as those, if that makes sense. Like that would have been an amazing collab. That would have been an inspiring collab for a lot of players, honestly, because you're not seeing just one, but 2 high-end players that understand the game and know how to go about weeding out who's necessary and who's not in order to progress in the most efficient way. So yeah. And I got to thinking about this. I wish I'd have downloaded that. You know what? Let me go do that right quick. I will be right back. Okay. Let me go do this. Should have downloaded this damn photo. Because me and my boy were chopping it up. Yesterday. got to talking about, you know, the game, of course, but let's see here. Photos. And I want this one. Damn, I didn't download the other one. Okay, let's send that. So that's on the way. And let's go back. Okay. And this is taking a lot longer than I thought. I was gonna say, where is it? Let me go through all of this shit. And then we'll go check the account out. Cause that'll be some good stuff.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get the binoculars out in time.
Look, well, let's not stand on ceremony, mate. Let's start the show.
All right, so okay, so we were chopping it up about the swords and whatnot, right? And my guy was all like, yeah, man. He shot me the text. Yo, beat Noah for the first time, right? Now, the thing is, he's been having a hard time with the RNG, getting premium cards and whatnot, right? At least ones that are good. So I just told him, bro, just hang on to them. You're going to need them. You know what I mean? Don't equip them. Because then you're just going to spend crystals taking them off just so you can, you know, so it's really not worth it. Use free-to-plays that you can overwrite that are just good enough to where you can keep building up your tier 3 roster until you get your good solid premium cards. Then they came with the card crafting quest, right? And I told him, now you can go in there and you can select whatever card you want. He wound up picking up Baby Spidey, amazing card, and we'll get into the roster here in a second. We were also, like I said, chopping it up about swords and whatnot. But yeah, we're starting to get this account going in the right direction as well. Kind of moderate spender, not really, you know, more so free to play account over there, of course. But yeah, my guy handling his business, man. So congrats to my boy Jackass, whooping the ass. And keep digging in there. And you know, you're gonna pull out some gold, a good CTP, a good premium card out of a booty box, something like that. Yeah, it's gonna happen. But we definitely got to get over there so I can show you the account, because like I told them, it's certain cards in the game that early on, and this is why I say that Doctor Strange card deck, it's absolutely dope, bro. For low spender accounts that are looking to get in there, you're having a hard time getting premium cards and whatnot, do not trash those Doctor Strange cards, because that amount of Pierce that you can get from there, you have to think about it. And this is what I told Jackass. Before, when Noah was introduced to the game, when Mephisto was introduced to the game, I think Pierce was not a thing. Tier 4 wasn't a thing. So level 72, they're scaled to level 70 tier 4. What's up, shot guy? Afternoon to you. Top of the afternoon to you. Matter of fact, I gotta go refill my coffee here in a second. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing, bro. It's like what you can do with little or nothing, you know. So be careful on which cards. If you pop, say, if you're a low spender, you saved up 1,000 crystals or whatever, or you're free to play and you've been, you know, saving your crystals. I think they give you like 8,400 crystals a year. And say you've been saving them up, and you're having a hard time finding Pierce, finding good premium cards, this sort of thing. Be careful, because you may have actually pulled one of those Doctor Strange cards and you know, trashed it some kind of way unwittingly. Happens a lot. Go through, look, see what you got, and make sure it's not one. Even at, you know, I think they start out at like 4-star, I don't think they have 1, 2, and 3-star versions of that particular card. So yo, Bub, well, what's up? Welcome back. Yeah, my boy Jackass, he was having a lot of trouble with the RNG, bro. Roland Pierce and this sort of shit on his cards. Finding good premium cards that were worth equipping. All of that. Took my advice. Got a hold of one of those Doctor Strange cards with the HP and the Pierce. And I think he wrote the energy attack proc on that thing. Got in there and whooped Null's ass for the first time. So I'm on some hell yeah shit. You know what I mean? Square business. Nash just pushing from there. We had some other conversations too. You know, his skill cooldown is kind of low, this sort of stuff. So he's working on that, but we'll get it rocking and rolling. He may have to come with a hybrid set. I think he told me that he got that. What's the name of that damn card? New Avengers #9. That would be a good card for him to equip just for the cooldown. Because I think he's rocking like 17% or something like that. But still, I mean, 17% cooldown and you're able to whoop Null's ass. That's kind of impressive. Like I told him, I said, man, I got 25% Pierce when 100K, because he tier forward Storm. So that's the other caveat to this conversation. But you know, we've had this conversation before. It really doesn't matter the character if you don't have enough of the right stats going in, then it's gonna be really difficult. It doesn't matter how strong the character is, you're not gonna see their potential without skill cooldown, ignore defense, you know, a decent amount of crit rate, a decent amount of crit damage, a decent amount of attack, a solid amount of Pierce. Some of the more high-end content like World Boss Legend Plus, it's impossible. And I can say it because when you've had those stats for a while, I encourage all players to do this, honestly. If you're not doing anything like with your second card deck, go ahead, drop the 1,000 crystals, and put your free-to-play card deck together, and then just go try to do content with it every now and again. I've done it for a while, and yeah, not not the funnest of experiences. And then I started, actually building my deck. But yeah, you go grab some coffee right quick while this thing is going still. Want to see how many of these inverter parts that I've gotten. I think I have like 150. I started out with like 150 or 160 or so. I was running them yesterday. Should have checked before I came in here. Actually, let's so we just picked up another $1.25. Let's check the inventory. Crunch down some inventory right quick. I know it probably ain't gonna be much, but okay, how many converter parts? 263, so we got a long way to go. Just keep rocking out. Okay, we back. Y'all heard none of that. So change of plans, no coffee. My daughter drank the rest of it. So Go in there, look in the coffee pot. Oh, where's the coffee? Baby, you drink the rest of my coffee? Yes. I just got it. Wow, shit. You came in here right after I poured it. Oh, what the hell? Gotta love it, bro. Gotta love it. It's cool. I could make some more, but it's gonna take too damn long. So I just come back and give me an old Dr. Pepper and call it a day. I'm doing water after this anyway, so it is all to the good. Now, at least we're getting a decent amount of converter parts. 10 a run ain't that bad. Because what did I have to start? 263. Oh, wow. I have to do 73 runs. 74 runs, basically, to get enough converter parts. I only have enough energy for 50 runs, so. And then the run to energy ratio in dispatch is just way, way better than dimension missions. Dimension missions gives you 10 per set of 10, but each set of 10 costs like 100 energy or some shit. And this is giving you 10 per run. But you can't auto progress it, so that's the drawback. We did also spend the crystals to remove the brilliant CTP. It is on discount, but it was still 750 fucking crystals to remove the brilliant CTP of authority from Thanos. And we're going to convert that to some other brilliant. An insight, maybe liberation, maybe competition, maybe a rage, who knows. Brilliant rage would be nice. Or conquest. We can't do competition. We can do conquest. Wish we could do competition. That would be nasty. If we could do competition, I would have done all three of them competition. And then I would have wound up with 2 mighties and a brilliant. The mighty or the brilliant is gonna have to be a liberation. And then I thought about doing like I don't know. I could do 2 Mighty Insights because I did pull an insight from Cosmic Core. So I could do smash those together, make it a Mighty, of course, and then do a couple of Mighty Insights with the Brilliant Liberation sort of thing. Or I could do 1 Mighty Insight and then the Mighty Liberation and a Brilliant Liberation. I don't know. You see the problem. It's like too much of a good thing, right? So I kind of don't know. There. That was the problem. Let's see. I have 2 Mighty competitions, 1 on Hulk. Who for my second? Oh, I'd have to take a look at your roster, bro. Damn, you got a Mighty competition on fucking Hulk. Ugh, I know he's slapping. So if I'm not mistaken, Hulk has a shitload of instinct attack. Cool for your second. You're more of a PvE player, so even if you have characters like Null and Mephisto would be nice. If you're, yeah, Mephisto would be really nice. But I feel like you can get away with a Judgment or a Rage on that guy, but I don't think he has natively high dodge. I don't know. I gotta get in there and look. I've seen a lot of people use it on Storm, honestly. But Hulk, Venom would be nice. Doctor Strange would be another good candidate for that. I think Strange is probably going to benefit more than having a Rage, because he doesn't have a lot of native high dodge and guaranteed dodge and guaranteed. I think he might have guaranteed critical rate. But I feel like he'd benefit from it a lot. And he already slaps. Luna's good with a Rage, I think. She's better with a Rage than a Judgment. Not sure how I feel about putting it on Rogue. That's one reason why I want one, because I want to do the comparison on Rogue, because I saw kind of what she was able to do, and I know she's kind of fallen out of the meta a lot, but I have a good gauge on what her power level should be. So because I've already done the testing with her with a rage versus a judgment, and she's just flat out better with the judgment. There's no comparison. But I kind of want to see how she fares with a competition. And I'll do the whole comparison thing with her and with Luna. Partially because they both have elemental damage. And then they have skills that are kind of unique to them in a sense. Rogue, not so much because Captain Marvel sort of shares the passive, but the energy utilization thing, and then the crit rate over the cap, of course. And then with Luna, it's that tier 4 ability she has that's, of course, not limited to her, but kind of rare. Because, I mean, seriously, when I tested, both at their max capacity, yeah, Luna outperforms her in things like ABX, ABL. Rogue would probably outperform Luna in things like War Boss, GBR. But they're not far off from each other. You tell me who the next speed female DPS is in between Luna and Rogue. And the only reason why Luna is considered to be as powerful as she is just because she qualified and dominated for so many days of ABX. Had that not been the case, we would look at her completely differently. So, that caveat kind of has to be thrown out there. You're talking about maybe 500,000 to 1,000,000 point difference between one character and the other. It's not a lot, in my opinion. And then when you compare that to what you can get out of other game modes with them, so yeah. But back to the CTPs. I have Mighty Rages and Judgment sprinkled throughout my tops. Got a Mighty Judgment on Storm. I feel you. Me too. I kind of want to try it with a competition though. I'm like, whenever I get that second joint and I'm able to smash it, I know they're not going to be as hard to come by in the future, I guess, because that's kind of always been the case. Once you get that one, it's not that difficult to get the rest. Still kind of working on that with Liberation, having to do the whole converter thing, but I got other free-to-play plans, so and see, that's the other thing too. I'm probably gonna start having to make plans to tier 4 a few of these supports. So Nick Fury, what other support can go to tier 4? I'm kind of, so this is my feeling on that. You take a character like Mystique, Yes, she's a good tier 4 support, but there's no comparison between her and Fury. Flat out. As a support. Now, you can argue, yeah, but she can do some DPS mop-up sort of work for you, and that's true. But I don't know, Scott, yeah, he's good. He's kind of in that same situation though, because he has such great DPS. I wouldn't want to put that on him. I would want to tier 4 him and then, you know, build him out for DPS mop-up work just in case. And then run the one support with the whatever. Maybe later when the damage starts to fall off, but you know, as of now, I'd rather build him that way. And get what limited use I can out of him. You know what I mean? And Doc Voodoo, that's another one that I would consider putting like a Mighty Insight, Brilliant Liberation, Brilliant Insight sort of thing on. And yeah, I could use him and Fury together in similar content as long as it was not restrictive of typing, right? If it was like, you know, male hero, human, they start throwing fucking blast combat type shit in there, that's gonna break all of that up. But yeah. So you got to kind of think about that sort of stuff. It's like, how much use are you going to get out of them, really? And most of the best supports are female. And not a lot of them have had the opportunity to go to tier 4 yet. So I'm kind of waiting on those as far as tier 4 supports outside of like Fury, you know, maybe Voodoo, somebody like that. Agent Venom. So those may be my first two, is Nick Fury, Agent Venom, and then we'll go from there. If White Fox ever gets a tier 4, she'll definitely be like very high priority. Yeah, Scott, he would get tier 4, but you know, DPS mop up duty. Let's see. Let's say you put Liberation on Fury, Scott and Mags. using Mag's leadership for Apocalypse. Not bad, but I mean, you could use. Well, if it's villain content, then yeah, you need Magneto lead. What's up, babe?
Number.
Oh, I was just doing some math.
Like how much my first book is?
There's some in-game stuff. I'm looking for a particular amount of rewards, and I was trying to see how many runs it was going to take.
You got 9 viewers. How do you know who's in your team?
They'll be chatting, and this ain't accurate. Yeah, that is. What's going on, Stephen? Stephen Brock? Stephen Brocks. Hello, sir. I have a 1,000 piece for exchange CTP. But not say what? You haven't played the game for a year. Okay, so you're not familiar with the event if you missed the anniversary. So, with the Brilliant CTP selector, it's gonna take you crafting another normal CTP token and a Brilliant CTP token, if that makes sense. So you're gonna need, what is it, 100 for the normal CTP token, and then 1,000 for the Brilliant. So you're gonna need 1,100 of those crafting things. But stick around. We'll be doing the Brilliant one here as soon as we're able to get enough converter parts. Because that's what we're working on, is the last 1,000. Actually, I think I need to craft another token, so 1,100. So for the normal, it takes 1 CTP token. For the mighty, it takes 1 mighty CTP token, which means you have to trade in 1 mighty CTP. And then for the Brilliant, it takes a Brilliant CTP and a normal CTP. So you wind up giving up 4 CTPs to get 3. 1 normal, 1 mighty, 1 Brilliant. But if they're trash, it's a win. If you're trading in Transcendence, Patience, Regeneration, maybe an Outside Authority or something like that, and you're getting a competition, you're getting or not competition, what is the other one? The PvP version, the Conquest. You know, it winds up being a win. if you're getting a mighty rage, if you're getting a, mighty liberation, throw it on a support character, it's a win. And she was cute.
He ain't got him.
I know. Now my wife's sitting over here watching home videos and shit.
I'm sending breakfast.
You need to send it to her.
That's what's the call that broke her toy.
Hey, what's going on, ACF? Welcome back.
But Perry was just looking like, oh my God.
I know, right?
In the background, he was looking like, huh? Oh no. And that's her face she made. Look, and she was like, huh?
You hear me? Yeah. What CTPs are you going after of ACF? Or anybody else? Type it in the chat. I kind of feel like I should go after at least one CTP that's like, I don't know. Like I could go after like a Brilliant Rage. I know folks will think I'd be crazy going after a Brilliant Judgment, but yeah, I'm thinking the Brilliance should be an offensive CTP for me. And then the support CTP should be the regular joint and then the Mighty Liberation. We'll do the regular insight since we picked that up from the Cosmic Core. That makes kind of the most sense. It's just Rage or Judgment. Could do a Brilliant Judgment on my Storm. And then I could snatch her CTP off and put it on Mephisto. Or I could just give the Brilliant Judgment to Mephisto. Or Rage or whatever I get, you know. Because I don't think I have anything to put on him right now offensively outside of that competition. but I only have one. I don't have a mighty, so I need another one to make one. So still waiting on that. If you play 10-2, it's doing 7-1. It's more easy. Yeah, but the drop rates aren't as good. Like, there's no difference in the drop rate from here to on up to 14 or whatever. I don't think. But I'm getting 10 a whop, and I got a long way to go. Let's see how much we got right quick. Let's do a quick check-in. Oh, that was an 8-piece, so that was another 148. Definitely got to pick that up. Yeah, we got 411. And I think we need one of these, don't we? How many do we have in our inventory? We don't. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, you need a brilliant CTP. Hold on. You need the token. Which requires the 1,000 converter parts. Okay, then you need the brilliant CTP and the normal CTP. Okay. It's throwing me off there for a second.
All right.
Yeah, we're gonna try this 7-1. What you talking about? Okay, babe. Love you too. Yeah, we'll see what we get right here. Okay, so that means what I said before actually is not right or is incorrect, because I was under the assumption that you needed 1,100 of those converter parts. You only need 1,000. So you should be able to craft that token. And then you need, in addition to that, a brilliant CTP and a normal CTP. Okay. So let's see. I'm hesitant about buying it. I think I read it's cheaper for Black Friday. I can't seem to get my hands on CTP at competition. Yeah. I forget how I even got mine, bro. It might have been out of like one of those token events or some shit like that. Or I don't know. Like I got real lucky. It wasn't a 28-day check-in, I don't think. It wasn't that CTP. But I tell you what, it'll be nice if I could get another one. And I tell you what, I'm a sure be lined up. I'll say this. Players should expect from now on, anniversary, Black Friday, CTP, trade-in event. I think it's safe to say it. Which is great, honestly, because we do get a lot of trash CTPs throughout the year. And it's at least 2 times throughout the year where we'll be able to take that and get what we need. It'll be amazing if for long-term investment type rewards like the brilliant CTP chest at the end of the emblem bullshit, all of that stuff. If they could chop those boxes down in terms of the bad CTPs out of there, because that's such a long run that it would suck to get something out of there like a Transcendence or something, that would be great. Because it's like, okay, I'm cool with a Brilliant Judgment or a Brilliant Rage, even though, you know, I may want a competition, or a conquest or whatever the case may be. but I got a brilliant authority. I'm cool with that because it's still somewhat useful. But you know, with this trade-in event, it's like if it gives you the opportunity to double dip if RNG falls in your favor at least. So, you know, I'd much rather get the good CTP out of an event like that. That emblem shit, with the brilliant and all of that, the artifact selectors and all of that shit in there. I would much rather get a great CTP out of that and get, you know, a shitty CTP here and there throughout the year from the 28-day login, let's say. Not all the time, of course, but, you know, gotta bless my game. But yeah. Yeah, this shit is good for the health of the game. Long term, really. Like, can you imagine with the whole pity timer system for CTP pools, and now this trade-in event, the 28-day login. It's like, bro, it's no reason why. If you're free to play, you shouldn't have at least some decent CTPs. The only thing I would change about this event is if you don't have a brilliant CTP, I would still make it where, say, you can trade in 2 brilliants or 2 mighties for a brilliant or some shit like that. Because you're having to trade in 2 CTPs anyway, right? If you don't have the brilliant, give me 2 mighties, I'll give you a brilliant. I think that would make it a little more accessible. If they want to make it 2 mighties in a normal, you know, that would be a high cost, but especially for free to plays. Because essentially you're going from 3 to as many as 5 CTPs minimum. It's like, yikes. But to get a brilliant selector, just saying, definitely be worth it if they made, if they put the newest, latest CTPs in there. Like all of them. How long have I been playing? Since just before the Ultimates update, unfortunately. But I didn't know what was going on at the time, so, you know, I wasn't suffering. But I wasn't spending any money in the game either. I was just playing, so. But yep, right around then, when Blue Marvel was actually good in PvP. He was one of the first cats I got. And then the first character I tier 2'd was Sandman. So yeah. Didn't know anything about any content creators, none of this stuff. Then I started following them and learning about the game and all that jazz. So kind of became a little bit of a student of the game of sorts. But not in everything. There's a lot of shit I still don't know. You know what I mean? Have a brilliant for the bingo last year already. Let's see, for free 2 players, best what? Oh, hold on. I lost the feed for some odd reason. Okay, let me do this right quick. There we go. Okay, got myself another 10 there. So on the road with the converter ports. Have I seen how fast I am in stage 7-1? Yeah, but I'm also looking at the converter ports that I'm getting. And it's like I was averaging 10 a run with like 8 being the lowest. Now it's like, 6, 7 with, 10 being the highest. So it's like, I don't know if the speed is really worth the trade-off. Plus the opportunity for reward is a little lower as far as like normal farming. I mean, 32 seconds, right? Now let's turn it back up to, and we'll see what we get. That's 9. So that's what, 74. And how many runs? And see, this is what I mean about the rewards, right? If you look at 7-1, okay, the rewards are the same, so we ain't missing out there. But I don't know. I feel like that op is just there a little bit better. I've had better luck at 10-1, let's just say. And it's the same amount of energy, yeah. So fuck you mean section 11 acquired? Oh, I've done, it's complete. Okay, cool. Bet that. Yeah, because we had like 30 some runs left, so. I mean, I don't know. I've had better luck with the premium rewards at higher levels, I guess, than at the lower level stuff. But I get what you're saying. It is faster. Like, there's no way around that. By about 20, 25 seconds. On average. But you see the drop right there. No 6s, none of that stuff. 8, 10, 12. Go ahead and hurry up and get through it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm just saying I've had better luck at the higher stage. Plus, I'm trying to knock off all of the challenges and all that bullshit. But I get what you're saying. You increase your chances with more cracks at the apple, basically. Didn't believe it at first either, but now every time there's an event for the King Lakes tickets, if you have the energy, I go all out for 7-1. I mean, I try it, but you know. Hey, them tickets ain't shit. Playing 3 days for Black Friday, and I can get the selector of Tier 4 already. Who you gonna use your Tier 4 selector on, Stefan? That would be interesting to know. Like I said, for me, it's either Black Bolt or possibly Doc Ock. We'll do the last 10 on 7-1. How's that? And then we can compare the drops. Let me go grab a pen. Door. Okay. So this is going to be 7 versus 10 runs, basically. So 28. But we need one more. Yeah. Need 2 runs. So what is that? 8? You don't have Thor? It would have been good for you to use a tier 4 ticket on Thor. Yeah. I mean, Thor is one of them characters that's always going to get an update sooner or later, right? Any of the Avengers, really, when you think about it. That's been the history of the game. That's probably going to continue to be the history of the game. Unfortunately, with a few characters sprinkled in the mix in between. Although they've spread it out over the years, you know what I mean? You've had characters come in and out of the meta, all of this sort of stuff. And then you do still have a lot of characters that, while they might not be at the top of the meta, even if they're your favorite, they're kind of useful for certain content. So yeah, Thor is damn good, especially for free to plays. He's one of the fastest farmers in the game, actually. It's like him, Rogue. We're supposed to be doing 7-1. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, so we'll give him at 11. The that's why I wound up getting that extra run, because I'm sitting over here scratching my head, and I didn't even write down how much converter parts on that last on them last 2. So we'll just rock with the 28 for 8. Versus whatever this winds up being. Actually, I mean, we were probably missing on a lot too. Let's see. That's 9. have to do about another 20 runs. 20 to 25 runs for the, you know, after this 11. So we'll go replenish the energy and all of that jazz. In a minute, ACF, I gotta finish this. We on the road for this CTP, for this brilliant CTP selector. I gotta get my converter parts, baby. I gotta get my conversion kit. Throw it on the H-deuce with the swingers and Vows. Netmarble would never do that. They would trade 6,000 crystal character for Thor. What do you mean? Can't oh, hold up. I missed some shit. My bad. The problem by Zeus and 3 months later Netmarble will give Thor a costume. Yeah, but yeah. I mean, okay, so this is my feeling on this sort of stuff. Personally, I'm gonna wind up buying it at some point. Okay, but I'm not really in a rush to. Right? The reason being, I'm not really a fan of none of them anyway. There's nothing in there as far as what do you call that shit? Phoenix feathers, Mcron crystals, artifact, celestial essence conversion sort of material. There's none of that, right? At least the Eternals Epic Quest gives you that. You can farm celestial essence from there. Fine. All of the X-Men Epic Quests, you can farm Phoenix Feathers and Mcron crystals that you can convert in cards. Fine. Or level 2 XP chips to upgrade uniforms. Fine. What is there in this epic quest that's a long-term benefit outside of characters who is a Hail Mary at best they ever get a uniform? I'm just saying. So I don't get it. You know what I mean? They'd have done better off, I think, doing like a Heralds of Galactus epic quest. I think it would have sold better. And this, honestly, this one is fine because the characters are well. I'm not a fan, but the characters are well liked. They just should have been stronger, right? But you have to be careful how far you push that. I mean, you got a laundry list of characters that are in line for uniforms that may never get them. They're in a situation now where hopefully they'll make me eat my words on this, but they still haven't dropped any sort of information as far as Wiccan or Hulkling or any of these cats that have never got a uniform that you're doing a Young Avengers update and you're not going to include them. They took care of Amadeus' show. Why not? I don't know. I don't know. You're not going for the brilliant CTP? I mean, I am. My rule is this. If you have a brilliant CTP to trade, right? As long as it's not a good brilliant, like a rage or a oh, yeah, as long as it's not like a rage, maybe a judgment, a conquest, everything else is up for grabs, bro. Seriously. A liberation, insight. Those five, right? If it's not those five, and you can make the argument for a judgment. Everything, authority, fucking energy, destruction, the egg, all that shit's up for grabs in terms of you can make a brilliant rage, you can make a brilliant liberation, insight, you know, outside chance, judgment, competition. Well, not competition, conquest. I keep getting them confused. Conquest. Right? You mean to tell me you wouldn't trade a brilliant authority for a brilliant conquest? Just saying. So when you look at it in that regard, right? Now, if all you have is like brilliant rages, you know, brilliant of the best, then yeah, I get it. It's kind of hard to participate. But if you got a brilliant egg and trying to hang on to that shit, if you have a brilliant authority and you trying to hang on to that shit, nah. A brilliant energy, oh yeah, but nothing, man. Get this dude a mighty whatever and handle your business. You can get right back to him. It might be an upgrade. Just saying. You have a brilliant egg on your coinage. You better get rid of that shit and go get yourself some. And I come right back, slap a mighty egg on coinage or something, and then go take that what I traded and put that on something else. Of course, that's just me. Magneto and Jean. Let's see. Catch up. My English is very bad. I have, okay, you from Spain? Okay, that's what's up. Rage, Conquest, and Liberation. Have Quest for Jean is the best. Yeah. Yeah, the Jean Grey Epic Quest, it's really, really good because of the characters that are in it, and you're able to take them to tier 4. The Deadpool Epic Quest, same reason, and you're able to farm those X-Men materials from there. So even if you're not building mutants, you can trade that shit in for cards. You can trade it in for materials to level up uniform, whatnot, right? So there's always going to be long-term value there. It's just built in. You could say the same thing about the Madeline Pryor Epic Quest as well, but the characters aren't as strong yet. Let's see, 76 and 10 versus 28 plus whatever that was. So let me see how many more I need. Oh, hell, we got a long way to go. Yeah, we might have to come back with the brilliant. Luckily, we have the energy reserves. Already got that. Okay, no luck there. There we go. Something. Not enough. $5.98. Here we go. Another 78 runs. Ready to rock and roll. They changed the collector's file. How crazy is that? Bad thing is you don't have any gold. Yeah. Oh yeah, I already know where to go find all the energy and all of that stuff. I got more reserves than that too. Over in the I think I got some in the achievement tab that I haven't picked up. It's just sitting along with some crystals and stuff. Although I gotta get back to work building to build that back up. Okay, keep rocking. Let me see if we can speed this up. Some more. I'm rocking Thor's leadership, which is nice, but let me see if I can speed this up just a bit. I'm thinking damage to boss types really ain't gonna be doing it. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Why not? Why overthink it? I was gonna throw Ronin out there, but then I thought, wait a minute. Fury has my brilliant liberation. And he's got access to White Fox, so why in the hell not? I think White Fox has an insight, so yep. Goddamn CTP's going off like jingle bells, like. "32 seconds still, even with Fury out there." Oh, it's climbing. It's not and it's on 7-2 instead of 7-1, so that's kind of not fair. Um, yeah, let's go back. Yeah, it was when I hit that forward button. It rolled the stage instead. So, okay, got it fixed now. Back on 7-1. Now we can see what's up time-wise. If he's down into the, he regularly goes 32 seconds, and he was doing that on 7-2. So if he can get down into the 20s, it looks like, oh, shaved a second off. There's that 6-piece. Yeah. It's a pretty solid team. Can't even lie. I mean, you know, two of the best supports in the game, and he has access to everything they offer. So that's good. But also, Ronin lead would work as well. Okay, so did a little math right quick, and it looks like, let's see how many runs I got left on this batch of energy. I'm gonna need about 67 or so runs on average. Okay, I got 74, so I'm good. I got enough to complete it. I thought I was gonna have to, because I came in needing 402 of those converter parts. So 72 runs divided by 30 seconds. Now that's gonna be a different conversion. It ain't gonna be the same thing. That ain't gonna be the same thing. Okay, cool. Let me bring this down just a little bit. Had to change up some equipment right quick so we could continue to be in the mix. My mic was dying, so had to go to my backup. Glad I thought to charge it. So and then the other thing too is I'm hoping my let me get caught up on the chat right quick. Let's see. The best difficulty is for sector 14.5. It's possible for my account actually. Okay, that's what's up. I haven't tried 14.5 since I've gotten 25% Pierce. but I may need to go in there with like Storm or something and see if I can pull that shit off. But yeah, it's a lot of stuff I need to start doing. Yeah, I need to seriously start pushing World Boss. Which I kind of have been. And I do need to come into the dispatch and see what I can do now. And the thing is, Thor doesn't have a mighty judgment either. So I could really push him a lot higher. That damn White Fox got out there quickly. I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that gusto for wanting to whoop ass, wanting to lay in the smack it down. I can appreciate that. She got out there and straight sucker punched that dude. Let's see if she do it again. Yup. That first step, boy, it's a doozy. Got a miss on that one. That sucks. And that's what's gonna make it take more than 60, whatever it was. Like, was it 67 on average? Yeah, y'all better come with a 10 piece. Does any stage give more than 10 converter parts? That's an interesting question. I think we're going to try some of the higher stages. I think that's yeah. Oh, he does have a mighty judgment. Okay. Hold on. Oh, yep. He's got the 2 green. Yep. $92, just that quick. Hey, that's a nice chunk. Got less than 300 to go. Let's see if we can complete 14.5. Oh, wow. He might need help. Let me take this over. $146. Wow. Fucking mobs. Okay. So that team can't do it. Let's see, she doesn't have that tag. So nope. Let's try this. Okay. Okay. Might be, ooh, 24 for one run? Yo, yo, hey, look her. Give me all of that. Give me all of that. I will take it. Take it. 2 minutes, yeah, twice as long, but fucking 3 times as much. Goodness. Yeah. Let me get that. Oh, Rick Shop. Let's go. I don't care that I got to get in there and actually play it now, because, hey, we can blast through this. Autoplay off. Let's go. Still got Thor over there wrecking on autoplay. The Thunder Twins. Let's go. Yo. I am here for it. Who is Thor Striker? Oh, Psylocke? Oh, yeah. Yeah, come here. Mm-mm. See, I gotta make sure y'all get the absolute business. See? That's what that is. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, 53 seconds is a little long in the tooth. Let's see if it can be. Oh, 20 though. Damn. Let's see if it can be done straight auto. So let me put the phone down. And yeah. So this is straight up auto. The only thing I will do is call the assistants. And that's it. And we'll see what happens. I do want to switch to Storm though. Yeah. And we'll see what happens. Damn, she's really prioritizing the 5, which is cool. It keeps her heal up. In 208, that's the same time I was making that out of that on average. 208, 212. Now, this is the question. 14.5, are the runs guaranteed, right? If they are, then that's a win, 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 win. Now, if I run across one where it's like, hey, we don't get nothing, then it's like, damn, you wasted all that time. You know what I mean? So that's the main question here. Oh, yeah, you finna get cracked. There goes Thor. Oh, Storm and Jordan with the tornado. That was nice. That was nice. Yeah. So 102. $24. I mean, and a card. Ooh, 2 cards. Damn. Oh. So far so good. I mean, the rewards are looking quite spicy. Let's get the switch. Actually, I think we're gonna keep it on Thor to let him kind of carry because he has a lot more maneuverability naturally. I think that'll help position Storm where she needs to be with her attacks. Ugh. Oh, we're running a little long in the tooth. 203. I have to wait and see if it adds up on this run. Oh. Yeah, we are running a little long up in here as well, but still plenty of time to finish. Okay, there he goes. We are running very long indeed. We get inside of 30 seconds, we're switching to storm. Okay. Yeah. So we may need to switch to storm from the beginning so we can kind of shave that time down. Did get 19 converter parts on that and a heaping ton of rewards. And definitely going to be faster if I help them out. So Ghost Rider Halloween version is top DC DC Strange and Mephisto. Okay. But the supports, you can want the supports. Okay. Well, see, and this is why this team works also, because you have Storm support, right? Plus the added DPS that she's bringing to the table, along with Tier 4. So, able to wipe it out twice as fast since time is an issue. They both can take advantage of all of Nick Fury's buffs, and with that CTP of Liberation, you got you some action. Although a heavy cost. 3 uniforms, 3... Three uniforms, 3 CTPs. It's a heavy cost. It's a heavy cost indeed. So, one brilliant, 2 mighty, another 23. So we haven't missed yet. That's the good thing. get out there my damn self. Yep, I had a feeling that was going to start catching up with me here in a little bit. Okay. Let's do that. But yeah. I'm gonna let this rock out here for a second. I'm gonna go grab me a bite to eat right quick. And I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. $22. Okay, so this is number 9. So I think it was like 1, maybe 2 runs that I was gone. In those 2 runs, if I haven't missed yet, at 20 apiece, that should have been like 200, or close to it, because this is number 9. So yeah, and I've been getting like 21 on average. So for every 10 runs, that's 200 converter parts. Kind of doesn't get no much better than 14.5, folks. And I'm gonna have to go back through and look at the tape, but from what I've seen, there hasn't been a miss yet as far as hitting on the converter part. So and even when you don't, the ROI, even on the low end, is almost triple. On the high end, it's like time and a quarter. because we've seen as low as 18 or 19 on this. And on 7-1, we've seen as low as 6. Well, it'll take you 3 runs to get 18 at 3 times the energy versus a 1 time and what looks to be so far guaranteed. I don't know. Seems like it's best to push as high a stage as you can so you get a better ROI at the minimum, is what I'm saying. 24. Goodness gracious. If I'd have been doing this, I'd have been done by now. Just off rip. Yeah, I would have been done with it first run, long time ago. Let's see. You giving me an idea now. Kamala is tier 4 and has an inhuman uniform. She can be used on floor 14-5. Yeah, that's true. And you're right. You can tier 4 Kamala and you're right. You can tier 4 Kamala and she can be your DPS in lieu of, say, Medusa or because Medusa's uniform was paywall. So a lot of people aren't going to have her, even if she is a good DPS. So, yeah. You're absolutely right. You could use her for that day of ABX ABL too. Yeah, with tier 4, she becomes a lot more versatile because she has uniforms that make her human and inhuman, if I'm not mistaken. You're absolutely right. Yeah, help them out a little bit. Mm. Let's see, 30% dodge rate guaranteed on the last uniform. Okay. Yeah, 30% guaranteed dodge is really, really nice. Especially in terms of CTP or rage. It's absolutely nasty. Now, I haven't really checked out Kamala's uniform to see like the amount of hits and all of that stuff that she has. Because, of course, I've been building other characters, mainly Mephisto and Gwenpool, who I've been interested in for quite some time, honestly. And really, once I get Mephisto out of the way, I got some room to play around with some people. We're going to tier for Doom. We're going to tier for Apocalypse. Because I finally got his artifact. We're gonna do some fun stuff. So that's kind of what's coming down the pipe. We're gonna work on tier 4 and the Fantastic Four and getting them out of the way. Because of course we got to do the first family. We have Franklin, we have the artifact, I think. So we should be all right. It's a low thing, but you know, it's something. That's gonna be one of those. If I ever get a 5 or a 6-star selector, that'll be the one that I get. You know, hopefully, you know, what they should do if Franklin ever gets a uniform is they should revisit that artifact and buff the time on it. That would be a good start. Or keep the time the same, but bump the I don't know. You can give it like a fucking HP shield or some shit. Like similar to what's on the refinement, but better. Have that kick in for a certain amount of time and then the 4-star countdown begins, sort of thing. I don't know. That with an HP bump for a certain amount of time. Not nothing short either because it's a one-off. You know what I mean? So, you know, I would say 15 seconds wouldn't be unreasonable for the HP bump. But then if you start thinking about per character, it does kind of get ridiculous. So maybe 8 to 10 seconds. Yeah. They could make the shield thing like, you know, 2.5, 3 seconds, and then, you know, the 4 seconds on the artifact. That would be comparable to what you'd be getting from something like the, but it might be too complicated for them to do. I don't know. It would be different, but let's see. Yeah, so this is 17, so there should be more than enough. We'll take care of this from here on out. Another call, it looks like. Oh, yeah. 312. Let's go. More than enough. Not right now, Grimy. All right. Got the token. Got the brilliant. Won't let you select it. Okay. And you can definitely have this transcendence. Oh, yes. That is a nice. That is a nice. That is like to wake up and see this in your inventory. I'm just saying, it has to be a wonderful feeling. Thanks, Jocasta. So let's go take a look at the inventory to see what we are working with. We do have an insight shilling here. Let me see who all has a regular insight. He's got a mighty. He doesn't have one. Should probably pull that. But I don't know. Mag at some point is going to come back and be in a DPS. So Coulson has a regular insight. She should have a mighty. The hell are all my damn insights? Not that I had a shitload of them to begin with. A Dazzler has an insight. Okay. Okay. Now it's starting to make sense. Yeah. Oh, I didn't give her one. Did I give it to him? No. Okay. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna reforge this guy from the one we got with Cosmic Core. Okay, we're gonna have to re-roll this, unfortunately. Well, that's okay. We need to re-roll it anyway. Then we're gonna take this guy. We are gonna get a regular insight. And we're going to use that one to take care of my guy, Phil Coulson. Keep getting the decreased pierce damage received instead of the increase of damage to boss types. That sucks. So we'll take care of those with re-rolls. Not that we got a lot of them. Okay, I'll deal with that for now. Should be 20%, but I'll take the damage to boss types because I don't have a lot of obelisks to be throwing away at that. And then we'll come do the same thing with you. %. We'll leave it for now. Okay. So now for the next two. Goodness gracious. So for the brilliant, should I get another brilliant liberation? I'm thinking more mighty and then getting the brilliant rage or the brilliant judgment and slapping that on Mephisto. But see, Mephisto is also one of those characters who I think will max out his elemental damage easily. So let's see. Flame damage 73%. So how much of that is coming from the obelisk? 38% of the 73. I could go Mighty Rage, Brilliant Judgment, or I could go Brilliant Judgment, Mighty Rage. Or, you know, I could go Mighty Judgment, Brilliant Rage, or I could go Mighty Rage, Brilliant Judgment. There you go. I mean, if I do the insight, the liberation option, if I do that option, because I need a CTP for this guy. Definitely. Eventually, somewhere down the line, I'm going to need a CTP for him, but he's not the issue right now. I have a CTP on her already, so we're good. So that's the foreseeable future, right? If I get the liberation, the question becomes, who do I put it on? She's a nice candidate, but if I tier for her and I have a 5-star artifact for her, very nice. So it's like, what do I do? As far as supports, I mean, he's just a really, really, really good support. I believe for universal types, yeah. So he's got that buff. And then for the PvP or the PvE, I think it's his leadership. Yeah, the 40-30 buff. And then the ignore dodge on the tier 2 passive. Nothing on the artifact, unfortunately. But, you know, if he got that damage reduction and then the all attack going to the allies as well, that would be like kind of unheard of. You know, folks would argue, well, I could give it to Psyche, I could give it to Magneto, I could give it to Polaris, but you know, she's way more niche. Really didn't want to give it to Fury, really didn't want to give it to White Fox because they are used in conjunction with Nick Fury a lot. So that's sort of the thinking there. So I have some variance since neither of White Fox nor Coulson have leaderships that I use a lot. This guy here is another candidate. Quiet as it's kept. It's got the good leadership, 50-36. Does his artifact apply to all allies? It does. Increase all attack by 20% of total instinct. And then the universal type damage, 40 for the universal supervillains and superheroes. So you can use him in PvP or PvE in a sense. Could throw it on her for a zombie team, perhaps. Which is more so why I'm shooting for a mighty, just in case I have to re-roll it. Rather than a brilliant, it's going to require CTPs. Really don't want to have to go through that experience. So I could pull his rage, give him something regular, and then gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with Thanos. But yeah. could get a brilliant competition, but this, I mean, a brilliant conquest for this guy. That would be amazing. Let's go ahead and pick this up for Mephisto. We'll go ahead and pick up the Brilliant Liberation, or we'll figure it out. That we're going to lock down. This we can go ahead and put on him right away. And he's already slapping. And we have his artifact, so oh, and his dodges almost maxed out. Goodness gracious. Well, let's just help to finish that off, shall we? Ain't that a wonderful, wonderful sight? All right, that works. Actually, should have done that here. Here, we'll do this. No, we don't have energy attack crit damage. Okay. Okay, well, we're almost full either way. So we're good for now. All right, so event complete. $30 million gold in. And yeah. right? Um, where is there we go. Go ahead and buy that life seed. And yeah. Yeah. So we got a ways to go with him. His gears are at 30. We do need to finish off Gwenpool. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. The one shot, baby. Can we do it again? Okay, well, when we hit 500 carbo, we're gonna stop. Cause you're not just gonna take me down through there. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Gears completed. So now it's just saving up. So I think that's a damn good spot to call it. Cause we've been going for quite a while now on dispatch, trying to get all of that going. So next time you see me, hopefully we'll be tier 4ing some folks. If not with the ticket, with actual materials. So yeah. Yeah, feels good. Feels real good. Yeah, them couple of one shots on Gwenpool's gears on 30, bro. Those were clutch. Those were very, very clutch. Because now we can just sit back and stack. Oh, wow. I didn't get the heel off. All right. Oh, he smacked Gambit. I don't even know what he hit that man with. I must say though, Gambit is hitting a lot harder with the with the boost from Coulson. Mm. Coulson with the hold him up. Nice. Whoa. There we go. All right. Yeah, that's a good spot to call it. Anywho, it's been a pleasure hanging out with y'all once again. Y'all like, comment, share, sub, all of that jazz. Make sure y'all sound off down below. And we'll catch y'all in the next one. Peace.
I know you told your friend you're not okay. And tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Gotta build up of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby, have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you, but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side, maybe we could be okay. Okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay through all the pain.
I know you told your friend you're not okay. And tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that strong